Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
The butterfly's flight. In a quiet village surrounded by rolling hills, a young boy named Tien was known for his love of nature. He would often wander through the fields, watching the birds soar and the flowers sway in the breeze. But among all the wonders he observed, Tien was most fascinated by the tiny cocoons that clung to branches, holding the promise of transformation within. One morning, as Tien strolled through a grove, he spotted a cocoon quivering slightly. A small crack appeared, and through it, the faint outline of a butterfly's wing was visible. Tien watched with wide eyes as the creature inside struggled, twisting and pushing to break free. His heart ached for the little butterfly. Why does it have to struggle so much? He wondered aloud. Determined to help, Tien carefully plucked the cocoon from the branch and used a small twig to widen the opening. The butterfly emerged easily, its wings wet and crumpled. Tien placed it gently on his palm, expecting it to spread its wings and fly. But instead, the butterfly stumbled, its wings too weak to lift it. Day after day, Tien kept the butterfly safe, feeding it nectar and protecting it from harm. But no matter how much he cared for it, the butterfly could never fly. Its wings remained fragile, and it spent its days crawling around Tien's hand or the flowers he placed it on. Confused and saddened, Tien visited an elder in the village, a wise woman who always seemed to have the answers. He told her what had happened, expecting her to praise his kindness. Instead, she gave him a gentle but knowing smile. "Tien," she said, "the struggle to escape the cocoon is what strengthens a butterfly's wings. By helping it, you took away its chance to grow strong. Challenges, as painful as they may seem, are what prepare us for the life ahead." The boy returned home, holding the butterfly close to his heart. As it crawled along his finger, he realized the lesson it had taught him. From that day on, Tien approached his own challenges with a new perspective, understanding that every struggle he faced was shaping him into something stronger, just as the butterfly needed its fight to fly. And though the butterfly never left his side, it became a constant reminder of the power of resilience and the beauty that comes from enduring life's trials. A silkworm must endure pain to struggle out of its cocoon and grow into a butterfly that can fly. A seed buried deep in the soil must push its way through layers of earth to sprout and grow into a strong tree. A silkworm that is helped out of its cocoon by someone cutting it open will forever crawl around aimlessly, never becoming a butterfly. Similarly, a seed that sprouts easily on the surface of the soil may grow quickly, but it will be uprooted at the first storm. Humans cannot choose where they are born, but they can choose how they live. We can train ourselves to endure, develop resilience, and cultivate willpower through challenges, hardships, and even failures. What may seem like a devastating failure or misfortune to one person can be a stroke of luck to another. It all depends on how we choose to face it. We can either confront adversity with courage and overcome it, or wallow in self-pity and let it defeat us.
10 Stoic lessons to force yourself to take action. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast, unexplored wilderness, a place teeming with potential but shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. Every step you take forward promises growth, wisdom, and fulfillment. Yet the journey is daunting, and the first step is the hardest. What if I told you that hidden within ancient texts is the key to unlocking your inner strength, propelling you forward with unwavering determination? Picture this: emperors and slaves, soldiers and scholars, all guided by a philosophy that transformed their lives: Stoicism. Today, I will share with you 10 powerful Stoic lessons that can revolutionize the way you approach your goals, turning hesitation into action and adversity into opportunity. Are you ready to ignite your inner fire and take control of your destiny? Let's embark on this journey together, uncovering the timeless wisdom that will inspire you to take meaningful action in your life. Number 1. Turn challenges into opportunities. Imagine facing a formidable obstacle, a challenge that seems insurmountable. The immediate reaction might be to shy away, to retreat into the comfort of inaction. But what if we embrace this challenge instead? Stoicism teaches us that adversity is not just a hurdle, but a chance for growth and transformation. Consider the mighty oak tree, which grows strong and resilient, not in spite of the winds that batter it, but because of them. Each challenge we face is like those winds, shaping us into stronger, wiser individuals. By shifting our perception and focusing on what we can control, we harness the power within us to turn obstacles into opportunities. Instead of asking, well, why me? We can ask, wait a minute, what can I learn from this? This mindset shift is the essence of Stoicism. It empowers us to see every setback as a setup for a comeback, every failure as a step towards success. When we embrace challenges, we discover our true strength and resilience. We transform adversity into a crucible for personal development, emerging stronger and more capable. So, the next time you encounter a challenge, remember, it is not a roadblock, but a stepping stone on your path to greatness. Number 2, make good habits a habit. Imagine starting each day with a routine that energizes and prepares you for whatever lies ahead. Good habits are the foundation of a fulfilling life, and Stoicism places great emphasis on cultivating them. The key is consistency. Just as a sculptor shapes marble into a masterpiece through persistent chiseling, we can mold our lives through daily practices of mindfulness, gratitude, and discipline. Picture a garden that flourishes because the gardener tends to it every day, even if only for a few minutes. Small, consistent actions lead to significant, lasting changes. Start with one habit. Perhaps a few minutes of meditation or jotting down things you're grateful for each day. Over time, these small acts accumulate, transforming your mindset and your life. The Stoics believed that by integrating virtuous habits into our daily routines, we align our actions with our highest values, leading to a life of purpose and fulfillment. So, commit to your habits with patience and perseverance, knowing that each step brings you closer to the person you aspire to be. Number 3, develop your purpose. Through virtue, living a life of purpose begins with understanding and embodying our core values. The Stoics taught that virtues such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance are the pillars of a meaningful existence. Imagine your virtues as the North Star, guiding your decisions and actions. When we align our daily activities with these principles, we find a deeper sense of purpose and direction. Think of Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor, who ruled with wisdom and justice, guided by his Stoic beliefs. His actions were not random, but purposeful, driven by his commitment to virtue. By reflecting on our values and ensuring our actions reflect them, we cultivate a life rich in meaning. This alignment empowers us to make choices that are not only beneficial to us, but also contribute to the greater good. Embrace the Stoic principle of living according to virtue, and you will discover a profound sense of fulfillment and purpose in every endeavor. Number 4, begin with small steps. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. This ancient wisdom resonates deeply within Stoicism. Faced with daunting tasks or overwhelming goals, the Stoics teach us to break them down into manageable steps. Picture a mountain climber focusing on each handhold and foothold rather than the daunting peak. This approach combats procrastination and builds momentum. By starting small, we achieve incremental progress, each step reinforcing our commitment and capability. Consider a writer crafting a book, not by writing it all at once, but by completing one page at a time. This method not only makes the task less intimidating, but also ensures steady, consistent progress. Embrace the power of small steps. Each modest effort compounds over time, leading to significant accomplishments. Begin your journey today, no matter how small the step, and watch as you steadily move toward your goals with determination and resilience. Number 5, cultivate gratitude. Gratitude is a cornerstone of Stoic practice, a tool to shift our focus from what we lack to what we have. Imagine viewing your life through a lens that highlights abundance rather than scarcity. Practicing gratitude daily can transform your perspective, fostering a positive and motivated mindset. The Stoics believed that appreciating what we have, however small, enriches our lives and propels us to act with joy and contentment. Picture ending each day by reflecting on 3 things you are grateful for. This simple practice can enhance your overall well-being and motivate you to pursue your goals with renewed vigor. Gratitude not only uplifts us, but also builds resilience, enabling us to face challenges with a positive outlook. By cultivating gratitude, we create a fertile ground for growth and action, nurturing our spirit and empowering our journey towards a fulfilling life. Number 6, simplify your life. In a world cluttered with distractions, simplifying our lives allows us to focus on what truly matters. The Stoics valued simplicity, understanding that a minimalist approach brings clarity and purpose. Imagine clearing away the non-essential, creating space for meaningful activities and relationships. By eliminating unnecessary distractions and prioritizing quality over quantity, we free ourselves to act with intention. Think of a clear desk, devoid of clutter, where each item has a purpose. This clarity extends to our minds and actions, allowing us to focus on our goals with laser-like precision. Simplification is not about deprivation, but about discerning what is truly important. Embrace the Stoic principle of simplicity and watch as your life aligns more closely with your values and aspirations, enabling you to act with greater purpose and clarity. Number 7, stop procrastinating. Procrastination is the thief of time, a habit that hinders our progress and growth. The Stoics remind us that our time is finite and precious. Imagine living each day with the awareness that time, once lost, can never be reclaimed. By embracing the present moment and committing to purposeful action, we overcome the inertia of procrastination. Consider the Stoic practice of memento mori, reflecting on our mortality to inspire urgency and focus. This mindset encourages us to seize the day, to act now rather than defer our dreams and responsibilities. Picture a warrior preparing for battle, fully present and ready to engage. This is the Stoic approach to life. Engage with purpose, act with intention, and conquer procrastination. By living each moment fully, we maximize our potential and achieve our goals with vigor and resolve. Number 8, discipline yourself. Self-discipline is the bedrock of Stoic philosophy. It involves recognizing our power to control our own lives through disciplined actions aligned with our greater values. Imagine a ship navigating stormy seas, steered with unwavering focus towards its destination. Discipline keeps us on course, even amidst life's challenges. By consistently practicing good habits and exercising self-control, we develop a strong character and resilience. Think of an athlete training daily, each session building strength and endurance. This disciplined approach extends to all areas of life, enabling us to overcome obstacles and achieve our aspirations. Embrace self-discipline as your guiding principle, and you will find the strength to navigate life's storms with grace and determination, always moving towards your highest goals. Number 9, practice mindfulness. Mindfulness, the art of being fully present in the moment, is a powerful Stoic practice. Imagine a calm lake, its surface undisturbed, reflecting the world with perfect clarity. Mindfulness brings us this clarity, reducing stress and increasing focus. By incorporating mindfulness practices into our daily routine, we enhance our ability to act with intention and clarity. Consider the Stoic exercise of reflecting on the day each evening, assessing our actions and thoughts with a clear, objective mind. This practice fosters self-awareness and personal growth. Mindfulness helps us navigate the present with grace, ensuring that our actions are deliberate and aligned with our values. Embrace mindfulness and experience the peace and clarity it brings, empowering you to take meaningful action in your life. Number 10, embrace imperfection. Perfection is an illusion, a standard that can paralyze us with fear. The Stoics teach us to embrace our imperfections and see failure as a natural part of the journey. Imagine a potter shaping clay, each mistake guiding their hands towards a more refined creation. Accepting that we are not perfect allows us to take risks and act without fear. This Stoic principle encourages resilience and continuous improvement. Think of a scientist conducting experiments, each failure a step closer to discovery. By embracing imperfection, we learn and grow from our experiences, becoming stronger and wiser. This mindset frees us from the fear of failure, empowering us to act boldly and pursue our goals with confidence. Embrace your imperfections, and you will find the courage to take action and achieve greatness. These Stoic lessons are not just ancient wisdom, but practical tools that can profoundly transform your life. By embracing these principles, you can unlock personal growth, resilience, and a deeper sense of purpose. Imagine living each day with clarity, strength, and unwavering resolve, empowered by the timeless teachings of Stoicism. This is not just philosophy, it's a way of life. I encourage you to start integrating these lessons into your daily routine and witness the transformation for yourself. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Which of these Stoic lessons resonates the most with you? How do you plan to incorporate it into your life? Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. If you found this video helpful, don't keep it to yourself. Share it with others who might benefit from these powerful insights. Let's continue this journey together, embracing the wisdom of the Stoics and taking meaningful action towards our goals. Thank you for watching, and remember, the power to transform your life lies within you. 15 Stoic secrets for doing your best. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast ocean, waves crashing around you, each one symbolizing a challenge or setback in your life. Now, picture yourself not just surviving these waves, but riding them with grace and strength, transforming each challenge into an opportunity for growth. This isn't just a motivational daydream. It's a timeless wisdom rooted in the ancient philosophy of Stoicism. What if I told you that the key to unlocking your greatest potential lies in principles that have withstood the test of time, guiding emperors, soldiers, and scholars through the most tumultuous periods of history? These principles don't just help you endure life's battles, they teach you to embrace them, turning your struggles into stepping stones for success. Today, we're delving into the heart of Stoicism, revealing 12 secrets that can help you navigate life's storms with unwavering purpose and resilience. Whether you're grappling with personal trials, professional hurdles, or the everyday chaos of modern life, these Stoic teachings offer a roadmap to not just surviving, but thriving. Join me as we uncover how to harness this ancient wisdom, transforming your challenges into your greatest victories, and learning to live with intention, integrity, and an indomitable spirit. Let's embark on this journey together and discover how to turn the obstacles in our path into the stepping stones to our greatest evolution. Number 1, total commitment. Embracing the principle of total commitment means fully engaging in every endeavor with sincerity and passion. In Stoicism, the value of our actions is not determined by the outcome, but by the depth of our commitment. When you commit to something, do so wholeheartedly. This isn't about seeking accolades or recognition. It's about aligning your actions with your values and pouring your energy into what truly matters. Total commitment requires waking up each day with a resolve to actively shape your destiny through your thoughts, choices, and actions. Approach your tasks, relationships, and self-improvement efforts with unwavering sincerity and integrity. By being fully present and engaged, you cultivate a sense of purpose and fulfillment, regardless of external circumstances. In moments of adversity, draw on your inner strength to push through challenges. Commit to your goals with the understanding that true success lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. When you give it your all, you embody the Stoic ideal of living a virtuous, meaningful life. This total commitment transforms ordinary actions into profound expressions of your character and principles, paving the way for a fulfilling and impactful existence. Number 2, process over outcomes. In a world that often prioritizes results, Stoicism teaches us to find value in the process itself. Focusing on outcomes can lead to frustration and disappointment, as many factors influencing the results are beyond our control. Instead, pour your heart and soul into your endeavors, finding satisfaction in your actions and efforts. Engage fully with the task at hand, embracing challenges as opportunities for growth. The Stoics believed that true success is measured not by what we achieve, but by how we conduct ourselves. Did you act with integrity, courage, and commitment? Did you grow and learn through your experiences? These are the real indicators of success. By shifting your focus from outcomes to the process, you cultivate a sense of fulfillment and inner peace, knowing that you did your best regardless of the results. This mindset empowers you to stay present and engaged, appreciating each step of your journey. It also frees you from the anxiety of trying to control the uncontrollable, allowing you to navigate life's uncertainties with grace and resilience. Embrace the process and let the outcomes take care of themselves. Number 3, redefining success. True success is not about accumulating wealth, fame, or external accolades. Stoicism teaches us that success is rooted in developing a strong character and living in accordance with nature. It's about being honest, just, courageous, and wise, regardless of external circumstances. By redefining success in terms of virtues and personal growth, we place the power of fulfillment firmly in our own hands. Reflect on what you truly value and the kind of person you aspire to be. Set goals that align with these values, focusing on your personal development and positive contributions to the lives of others. Celebrate your efforts, resilience, and progress, even if they don't lead to immediate rewards. Success in Stoicism is about maintaining your integrity and equanimity in the face of challenges. This approach leads to greater fulfillment and happiness, as you are no longer chasing external validation. Instead, you find joy in living a life of virtue and meaning. By embracing this Stoic perspective, you empower yourself to create a life of true success, grounded in your highest principles. Number 4, self-improvement. Constantly asking why not helps you break through self-imposed boundaries and pursue paths of growth. The Stoics believed in the relentless pursuit of self-improvement, examining their lives and actions through a lens of virtue and growth. When faced with a challenge or decision, a Stoic asks, why not take the path that leads to growth? This isn't about reckless risk-taking, but about making conscious, deliberate choices aligned with your core values and higher self. Challenge the internal narratives that limit you, such as self-doubt and fear of failure. Embrace the potential for greatness within you, striving for personal excellence. By asking why not, you step into the arena of life, ready to engage fully, grow, and emerge stronger and wiser. This Stoic mindset encourages you to rise above mediocrity and embrace the journey of self-improvement. Every challenge becomes an opportunity to refine your character and expand your horizons. Number 5, purpose and resilience. Stoic wisdom serves as a daily guide to navigating personal, professional, and everyday challenges with purpose and resilience. Embrace the philosophy that our power lies not in changing our circumstances, but in changing our response to them. By cultivating resilience, you transform life's battles into opportunities for growth. Use Stoic teachings to anchor yourself during turbulent times. Whether facing personal trials, professional challenges, or everyday chaos, these teachings offer a roadmap to not just survive, but thrive. They show that the power to lead a fulfilling life comes from within, from our ability to adapt and respond with grace and strength. This resilience fosters a sense of purpose, guiding you to live intentionally and meaningfully. By applying Stoic principles, you become adept at turning obstacles into stepping stones, navigating life's complexities with wisdom and courage. Number 6. Small actions matter. Big achievements are often the result of countless small, consistent actions. In Stoicism, every action, no matter how small, contributes to the larger picture. Break your goals into manageable steps, focusing on what you can achieve today. Emphasize consistency and presence in each task. This approach not only makes large goals more attainable, but also fosters a deep sense of engagement and fulfillment. Each small step forward builds a solid foundation for your larger aspirations. By focusing on the present and doing what little you can, you create a life rich with purpose and progress. The Stoic mindset encourages humility and resilience, recognizing that every small action has value. This perspective empowers you to make meaningful progress, no matter how modest, aligning your daily efforts with your long-term goals and values. Number 7, reframing challenges. View setbacks as setups for greater opportunities, embodying the Stoic belief that our struggles strengthen us. Instead of seeing challenges as obstacles, reframe them as catalysts for growth and self-discovery. This perspective shift transforms your approach to difficulties, enabling you to navigate them with resilience and creativity. Stoics believed that within every obstacle lies the seed of an equal or greater benefit. By choosing to see challenges as opportunities, you shift from being a passive victim of circumstances to an empowered agent of change. This mindset fosters a proactive approach to life, where you actively seek growth and learning in every situation. Reframing challenges in this way allows you to harness your inner strength and resilience, turning adversity into a powerful force for personal development. Embrace this Stoic principle, and you'll find that every setback becomes a stepping stone to your greatest evolution. Number 8, cultivating virtue. Reflect regularly to align your actions with virtues like kindness, resilience, and integrity. Stoicism places great emphasis on developing a strong, virtuous character as the foundation for a good life. By cultivating these virtues, you positively impact your life and the lives of those around you. Engage in regular self-reflection, examining your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors critically but compassionately. Identify areas where you can grow and improve, actively working to embody the virtues that resonate with you. This isn't about being perfect, but about striving to align your actions with your highest values and principles. By focusing on cultivating virtue, you create a life that reflects these qualities, attracting positive experiences and relationships. This Stoic practice empowers you to live authentically and meaningfully, grounded in your core values. Number 9, Procopton. Embrace the idea of being a work in progress, focusing on continuous improvement rather than perfection. The Stoics believed in the concept of Procopton, which means making consistent progress. This mindset encourages you to focus on what you can control, your virtues, actions, and responses to external events. By striving for progress rather than perfection, you cultivate a compassionate, persistent dedication to your growth. Celebrate small victories while staying hungry for the next level of your evolution. Embrace setbacks and failures as invaluable lessons, seeing them as stepping stones on your path to improvement. This Stoic principle emphasizes that life is a journey of continual growth and learning. By committing to this journey, you align yourself with the Stoic virtue of self-mastery, finding joy and fulfillment in the relentless pursuit of becoming your best self. Number 10, approval, independence. Act according to personal values, detaching from the need for external validation to live authentically. Seeking approval can be a form of enslavement, as it makes you a hostage to the whims and judgments of others. Stoicism teaches us to ground our worth in our own principles and virtues, not in the fleeting opinions of others. Develop a strong sense of self-awareness, understanding your motivations and distinguishing between actions driven by a desire for external validation and those rooted in your true self. Cultivate confidence in your judgments and decisions, trusting your reasoning and aligning your actions with your reasoned convictions. By focusing on being authentic and true to yourself, you attract relationships based on genuine respect and shared values. Even when faced with criticism or rejection, you can take solace in knowing that you are living with integrity, true to your Stoic principles. Number 11, letting go. Cultivate indifference to outcomes, focusing on controllable aspects like effort and attitude for inner peace and resilience. Stoicism emphasizes the distinction between what we can control and what we cannot. We can control our efforts, attitudes, and virtues, but we cannot control the outcomes or the actions of others. Letting go with indifference means caring deeply about the right things, those within our control, and accepting the rest with equanimity. This perspective brings a profound sense of liberation, freeing you from the frustration and anxiety that come from clinging to the uncontrollable. By investing your energy wisely and focusing on your actions and attitudes, you cultivate inner peace and resilience. This Stoic practice enables you to navigate life's uncertainties with grace, finding strength and clarity in your ability to respond effectively to whatever comes your way. Number 12, staying the course. Maintain clarity and adaptability in pursuing goals, aligning adjustments with core values and ultimate vision. The Stoics understood that life is unpredictable and that staying true to our path requires both steadfastness and flexibility. Set a clear direction based on your values and vision for your life. When storms arise and the waters get choppy, navigate by this North Star, making necessary adjustments while staying aligned with your core principles. This adaptability allows you to grow and learn from your experiences, strengthening your commitment to your journey. Staying the course is about being resilient and adaptable, recognizing that true success comes from maintaining integrity and character, even when the path is difficult. By doing so, you honor your journey and values, creating a life of purpose and meaning. Number 13, balancing ambition with humility. Pursue growth and improvement while acknowledging personal limits and maintaining humility. Stoicism teaches us that while ambition drives us to strive for greatness, humility keeps us grounded and realistic. Balance your aspirations with an honest assessment of your strengths and weaknesses. This balance allows you to pursue your goals with vigor and dedication while remaining open to feedback and growth. It fosters a mindset of continuous learning, where you seek to improve without becoming arrogant or overconfident. By maintaining humility, you stay connected to your values and remain receptive to the lessons life offers. Balancing ambition with humility ensures that your pursuit of excellence is aligned with your true self, fostering authentic growth and meaningful achievements. Number 14, facing internal narratives. Challenge self-doubt and fear by embracing the potential for greatness within and striving for personal excellence. The Stoics believe that our internal narratives significantly impact our actions and outcomes. Confront the stories you tell yourself about your limitations and replace them with empowering beliefs. By recognizing and challenging self-doubt and fear, you open the door to new possibilities. Embrace the idea that you have the potential for greatness within you and strive for personal excellence in all areas of your life. This proactive approach empowers you to take bold steps towards your goals, transforming internal obstacles into catalysts for growth. Facing internal narratives with a Stoic mindset enables you to rise above limiting beliefs, unlocking your true potential and fostering a life of purpose and achievement. Number 15, overcoming distractions. Focus on core values and goals, avoiding the noise and temptations that lead away from your true purpose. In a world filled with distractions, staying true to your path requires discipline and clarity. The Stoics understood that distractions can derail us from our true purpose and dilute our efforts. Identify your core values and goals and use them as your compass. When faced with distractions or temptations, remind yourself of what truly matters and make choices that align with your path. This disciplined approach helps you stay focused and committed, ensuring that your actions are meaningful and purposeful. By overcoming distractions and maintaining clarity of purpose, you cultivate a life of intentionality and fulfillment, grounded in your deepest values and aspirations. As we conclude this journey through the timeless wisdom of Stoicism, remember that your greatest strength lies not in changing your circumstances, but in changing your response to them. Embrace the principles we've explored today: commitment, resilience, self-improvement, and let them guide you in transforming challenges into opportunities for growth. Imagine a life where every setback is a setup for success, where you face adversity with courage and integrity, and where you continually strive for personal excellence. This is the essence of Stoic wisdom, a philosophy that empowers you to lead a fulfilling, purpose-driven life. If you found inspiration in these Stoic secrets and are ready to apply them to your own journey, I invite you to join our community by liking this video and subscribing to the Wiser channel. Together, we can continue to explore the depths of ancient wisdom, uncovering powerful insights that help us navigate modern life with grace and resilience. Hit that subscribe button, give us a like, and share this video with others who seek to transform their lives through Stoic principles. Let's grow stronger, wiser, and more grounded in the values that lead us toward a life of purpose and meaning. Thank you for being a part of this journey. Stay wise, stay resilient, and I'll see you in the next video.
Here are 10 things men should never do with women if they want to build meaningful, fulfilling relationships while staying true to themselves. Many men unknowingly sabotage their relationships by making mistakes that erode trust, respect, and connection. Some of these actions might seem harmless or even helpful at first, but they carry long-term consequences that can be difficult to repair. These missteps don't just affect the relationship, they impact your self-respect, your confidence, and your ability to grow as an individual. What if I told you that avoiding these pitfalls could completely transform your relationships, making them healthier, stronger, and more authentic? It's not about manipulation or tactics. It's about embodying Stoic wisdom and living with purpose, dignity, and integrity. These principles aren't just for relationships, they're a blueprint for a better life. Stick with me, and you'll learn how to avoid these common mistakes while becoming the kind of man who commands respect, inspires trust, and builds deeper, more lasting connections. Whether you're in a relationship, dating, or simply reflecting on your approach to life, these 10 lessons will guide you toward a path of strength and clarity. 1. Never compromise your values for approval. I've seen it time and time again, men contorting themselves into shapes they don't even recognize to win approval. It's tragic, really, because the moment you compromise your values to please someone else, you sacrifice the very thing that makes you dependable, admirable, and, ultimately, worthy of respect. And I've been there. I've done it. I know how it feels. Let me tell you a story. There was a time in my life when I tried to mold myself to fit someone else's expectations. I muted my opinions, ignored my instincts, and told myself I was being understanding. But deep down I knew the truth. I wasn't standing up for what I believed in. And the worst part, I started resenting myself for it. That resentment grows. It poisons your soul bit by bit, because every time you betray your values, you erode the foundation of your character. Marcus Aurelius, a great Stoic thinker, reminds us, be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. That means you hold your standards high, not because it's easy or convenient, but because it's the right thing to do. And let's be clear. Standing by your values doesn't mean being rigid or unkind. It means having the courage to say, this is who I am, and I will not compromise my principles, no matter the cost. When you live this way, you gain something far more valuable than fleeting approval. You gain self-respect. You become someone who can be relied upon, someone who knows the weight of their word. And here's the thing. When you stand firm, you'll find that the right people gravitate toward you. They'll respect you, not in spite of your values, but because of them. That's how meaningful relationships are built, not on lies, but on truth. 2. Don't base your happiness on her actions. I've learned that when you base your happiness on someone else's actions, You hand over control of your emotional state. It's like tying your self-worth to the rise and fall of the stock market. Unstable, unpredictable, and deeply unwise. There was a time in my life when I waited anxiously for texts, sought constant reassurance, and measured my worth by how someone treated me. It was exhausting, and worse, it left me powerless. Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher, taught that our happiness depends on our perceptions and choices, not on external circumstances. He said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This is liberating if you let it be. It means that no one, not even someone you love, should dictate your emotional state. You're the one in charge of how you interpret and respond to life. When I finally realized this, everything changed. I started focusing on what I could control: my thoughts, my actions, and my sense of purpose. If she was upset, I didn't let it derail my day. I offered support without absorbing the chaos. If she didn't respond the way I hoped, I reminded myself that my value wasn't diminished by her silence. This doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you care wisely. You stop clinging to the idea that your happiness hinges on anyone else. And here's the paradox. When you no longer rely on someone to make you happy, you become more attractive, more centered, and more capable of giving love freely. Why? Because you're not grasping for it. You've built your foundation on something far sturdier, your own inner stability. 3. Avoid begging for attention or love. There's a quiet desperation in begging for love or attention. I've been there, and it's a humiliating place to be. You tell yourself that if you just try harder, say the right thing, or give more, they'll finally see your worth. But here's the truth. Love that needs to be begged for isn't love at all. It's a transaction, and a one-sided one at that. The Stoics would urge us to approach relationships with dignity and self-respect. Seneca once wrote, "A good character is the only guarantee of everlasting carefree happiness." Begging, on the other hand, is the opposite of good character. It's a sign that you've abandoned your own sense of worth in the hope that someone else will validate you. When I stopped chasing validation, I found something surprising. The people worth having in my life were drawn to me naturally. They didn't need convincing or pleading. And the others? They faded away, leaving room for healthier connections. It was a painful but necessary lesson. Begging devalues you in their eyes and in your own. Love that's given freely without coercion or desperation is the only kind that lasts. By standing firm, you show the world and yourself that you're worthy of respect and that you'll settle for nothing less. 4. Don't lose yourself in the relationship. It's easy to lose yourself in a relationship, especially when love is new and intoxicating. You start neglecting your hobbies, your friends, and even your goals, thinking you're being a good partner. But I've learned that sacrificing too much of yourself doesn't lead to closeness. It leads to resentment, both from you and the other person. A Stoic man knows that self-mastery is essential. Marcus Aurelius said, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." If you're constantly focused on someone else's needs at the expense of your own, you lose your sense of individuality and purpose. And without that, what do you truly have to offer? I once put all my energy into making a relationship work, believing that if I just gave enough, everything would be perfect. But in doing so, I stopped pursuing my own interests. Over time, I realized I wasn't just losing myself, I was becoming less attractive to my partner. When I finally started reclaiming my time, passions, and goals, the dynamic shifted. I was no longer dependent on the relationship for my sense of identity, and that made all the difference. The strongest relationships are built on mutual respect and individuality. Keep your foundation intact, or you'll have nothing solid to stand on when the storms come. 5. Avoid overreacting or acting out of jealousy. Jealousy is a powerful emotion, and if left unchecked, it can destroy even the strongest relationships. I've felt it sting, the burning need to control, to know, to question. But here's the thing. Jealousy isn't about the other person. It's about your own insecurity and fear. Epictetus taught, if you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. What he meant is that you need to accept what you cannot control and focus on mastering your own reactions. Jealousy often arises from imagining scenarios that may not even be real. It's irrational and counterproductive. When I learned to pause and reflect before reacting, everything changed. I started asking myself, what's really driving this feeling? Most of the time, it wasn't the other person. It was my own unresolved fears. By addressing those fears within myself, I became less reactive and more grounded. Jealousy isn't a sign of love, it's a sign of insecurity. A Stoic man works on building his own confidence and self-respect rather than trying to control someone else's behavior. That's where true strength lies. 6. Don't expect her to complete you. I used to believe in the idea of finding my other half. It's a romantic notion, isn't it? The idea that someone out there will fill all the gaps in your life and make you whole. But the truth is, expecting another person to complete you places an unfair burden on them and sets you up for disappointment. I've learned, painfully at times, that completeness isn't something you find in another. It's something you cultivate within yourself. The Stoics teach us to be self-sufficient. Epictetus said, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. Relying on someone else to complete you is the opposite of freedom. It binds you to their actions, moods, and flaws." I remember being in a relationship where I pinned all my hopes on the other person. When they were happy, I felt great. When they were upset, my world crumbled. I wasn't living my own life. I was living in reaction to theirs. That kind of dependency isn't love. It's a form of self-neglect. Completeness comes from building a life you're proud of, one filled with purpose, growth, and self-respect. When you do that, you enter relationships not as someone seeking to be fixed, but as someone ready to share your strength. And that's the foundation for a partnership that truly thrives. 7. Avoid gossiping or speaking ill of her. There's a destructive power in gossip, and I've seen it firsthand. When you vent about your partner to others, it might feel cathartic in the moment, but it plants seeds of mistrust and resentment, both in you and in the person you're confiding in. Seneca said, "It is a great thing to know the season for speech and the season for silence." This wisdom applies doubly in relationships. Speaking ill of someone you care about not only damages their reputation, but also undermines your own integrity. I once confided in a friend about a disagreement with my partner. My words were harsh, exaggerated, and frankly unfair. It felt good to vent, but later I realized I had tainted my friend's view of her. And for what? A fleeting sense of relief. It wasn't worth it. Since then, I've made a conscious effort to address issues directly with the person involved. It's not always easy, but it's the only way to maintain respect and honesty in a relationship. Gossiping might feel like a release, but it's a trap. The Stoic path is to speak with intention and kindness, or not at all. 8. Don't ignore red flags. I've ignored red flags before, convincing myself that things would get better or that I could fix them. It's a mistake I won't make again. The Stoics teach us to see things as they truly are, not as we wish them to be. Marcus Aurelius advised, "If someone can prove me wrong and show me my mistake, I will gladly change. I seek the truth, which never harmed anyone." Ignoring red flags is self-deception. It's choosing comfort over truth. I've stayed in relationships longer than I should have, hoping things would magically improve. But every time, those early warning signs proved to be the cracks that eventually broke the foundation. Now, I pay attention to what my instincts are telling me. If something feels off, I address it directly. Stoic wisdom reminds us that facing uncomfortable truths is far better than living in a comforting lie. A healthy relationship is built on mutual respect, honesty, and alignment, not on wishful thinking. 9. Don't try to control her. Control is an illusion. I learned this the hard way. In my younger years, I thought that if I could just manage the details, her choices, her time, her interactions, I could create the perfect relationship. But all I did was create tension and drive a wedge between us. Epictetus reminds us, some things are up to us and some things are not. A person's thoughts, feelings, and actions are theirs alone. Trying to control them is a violation of their autonomy and an act of fear, not love. When I let go of this need for control, I discovered something unexpected: freedom, not just for her, but for me. By focusing on what I could control, my own thoughts and actions, I became a better partner. I wasn't fixated on micromanaging her life. I was building my own. A relationship thrives on trust and mutual respect. Trying to control someone isn't love, it's insecurity in disguise. The Stoic path is to focus on yourself and trust the process. 10. Avoid complaining about your circumstances. I used to complain about everything: how unfair life was, how misunderstood I felt, how difficult relationships could be. But the Stoics have no patience for complaining. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Complaining changes nothing. It only amplifies your frustration and weakens your resolve. I realized that every minute spent complaining was a minute I could have used to take action or change my perspective. When I stopped whining and started reflecting, I found solutions where I once saw only problems. Now, instead of complaining, I ask myself, what can I do about this? If the answer is nothing, I let it go. If the answer is something, I act. This shift has transformed my relationships and my life. Complaining is easy, but growth requires effort. The Stoic way is to channel your energy into what you can change and accept what you cannot. And there you have it. 10 things men should never do with women if they want to build authentic, meaningful relationships while staying true to themselves. Each of these principles, rooted in Stoic wisdom, is not just about improving your relationships, but also about growing into a stronger, more grounded version of yourself. Remember, relationships thrive when built on mutual respect, clear boundaries, and unwavering integrity. By avoiding these common mistakes, you're not only setting a higher standard for yourself, but also for the relationships you choose to nurture. If this video resonated with you, don't forget to like and subscribe for more insights like this. Your support helps us reach more people who, just like you, are striving for growth and wisdom in their lives. I'd love to hear your thoughts. What stood out to you the most? Are there any lessons you've learned in your own relationships that you'd like to share? Drop your comments below and let's keep the conversation going. Your takeaways might inspire someone else. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Stay wise. Here are 10 terrible signs someone is using you that you must know. Have you ever had that sinking feeling that someone in your life is only there for what you can do for them? Maybe it's a friend who only calls when they need a favor, or a partner who seems more interested in what you provide than who you are. If you felt this way, you're not alone. And today, we're uncovering the 10 clearest signs that someone is using you. But here's the twist. It's not always obvious when it's happening. Manipulation and selfish behavior often come disguised as flattery, friendship, or even love. You might think you're just being generous, helpful, or kind, but underneath it all, their motives might be far from pure. This list will challenge your assumptions and help you spot the subtle and not so subtle behaviors that reveal someone's true intentions. By the end of this video, you'll not only recognize these toxic patterns, but also feel empowered to set boundaries and protect yourself. Because the truth is, your time and energy are precious, and no one deserves to drain them for their own gain. Let's dive in and uncover these 10 terrible signs, starting with one you've likely experienced before, but may not have recognized for what it truly is. 1. They only contact you when they need something. Have you ever noticed that someone only texts or calls when they need a favor? It's not a casual, "Hey, how are you doing?" or a friendly check-in, but rather a direct or indirect way to ask for help. Maybe it's borrowing money, asking for advice, or needing a ride. At first you might brush it off, thinking, they're just busy, and everyone needs help sometimes. But over time, you realize that these interactions are one-sided. They're not reaching out because they care about you, but because they need something from you. I've experienced this firsthand. There was a friend I genuinely cared about, someone I thought valued our connection as much as I did. But looking back, I can't recall a single time they contacted me just to talk or share good news. Every message was transactional. "Can you help me move this weekend? I'm short on cash. Can you cover me?" Or, "Can you help me with this problem?" It was always about what I could do for them. It took me a while to recognize the pattern because I wanted to believe the best about them. This behavior can make you feel like a tool rather than a person. At first, you might excuse it, thinking, maybe they're struggling or I'm just being kind. But the truth is, genuine relationships are built on mutual care, not convenience. A real friend will ask how you're doing, even when they don't need anything. They'll celebrate your wins, comfort you during your losses, and invest time and effort into the relationship. Reflecting on these moments, I realized that I was draining myself emotionally and physically for someone who wouldn't even ask, "How was your day?" I started setting boundaries, which wasn't easy but was necessary. If someone truly values you, they'll respect your limits and make an effort to connect beyond their needs. Pay attention to how people show up in your life. If they're always too busy for you, unless they need something, it's time to reassess the relationship. Remember, you're not an on-demand service. You deserve connections where both people show up for each other without strings attached. Life is too short to waste on one-sided relationships. 2. Your efforts are not reciprocated. Relationships thrive on balance. It's not about keeping score, but there's an unspoken understanding in healthy connections that effort should flow both ways. If you're the one always reaching out, making plans, or offering help, and they rarely do the same for you, it's a major red flag. I remember being in a friendship where I did all the heavy lifting. I planned the meetups, initiated conversations, and even made excuses for their lack of involvement. At first, I convinced myself they were just busy or not the planning type. But the truth became hard to ignore. They weren't putting in the same energy I was. When I stopped making the effort, the relationship fizzled out, proving it was entirely one-sided. This dynamic isn't just unfair, it's exhausting. You find yourself questioning your worth, wondering if you're asking for too much, but you're not. True friendships and relationships thrive on mutual care, where both parties want to contribute equally. If you're constantly giving and they're only taking, it's time to reconsider their place in your life. 3. They don't appreciate you. Feeling unappreciated can cut deep. It's not just about wanting a thank you, it's about feeling seen and valued for what you bring to the table. When someone is using you, they often overlook your contributions entirely, treating them as if they're expected rather than earned. For instance, I once went above and beyond for a colleague, covering shifts and staying late to help with their workload. But instead of gratitude, I received indifference. No acknowledgement, no thanks, just more requests for help. It was as if my efforts were invisible. That's when I realized people who are using you rarely show appreciation because in their minds, they're entitled to your help. Over time, this lack of acknowledgement chips away at your self-esteem. You start to feel invisible, like your contributions don't matter, but they do. Real friends, partners and colleagues notice your efforts and express gratitude, not out of obligation, but because they genuinely value you. 4. They gaslight you when confronted. When you finally gather the courage to bring up their behavior, the response can be even more telling. Instead of acknowledging your feelings, they twist the situation to make you feel. 2. Your efforts are not reciprocated. Think about the times you've gone out of your way for someone, whether it's lending a hand when they needed help, always being the one to reach out, or offering your time and energy to support them. Now, think about how they respond when the roles are reversed. Do they meet you with the same willingness and effort, or do they disappear, offering excuses or silence instead of support? I've been in situations where I felt like the glue holding a friendship or relationship together. For example, I had a friend who never initiated plans, but always accepted my invitations. I would check in on them regularly, send thoughtful messages, and even go out of my way to help them during tough times. Yet when I faced a difficult period, their silence was deafening. It wasn't just about their absence during hard times. It was their complete lack of initiative to maintain the relationship when I stopped putting in the effort. What I realized was that reciprocity isn't just about big gestures. It's about the small, everyday signs that someone values you. Do they text first once in a while? Do they make an effort to celebrate your wins, no matter how small? Do they notice when you're not okay and offer support without you having to ask? When someone doesn't do any of these things, it signals that their priority isn't the relationship. It's what they can get from it. One-sided relationships don't just drain your energy, they make you question your worth. You might think, if I just give a little more, maybe they'll appreciate me. But the truth is, people who don't reciprocate aren't likely to change unless they see their behavior as a problem. And that usually doesn't happen unless you set boundaries. The key is to recognize the imbalance and decide how much of your time and energy you're willing to invest. Healthy relationships are partnerships where both people contribute willingly and joyfully. If you're the only one doing the work, it's time to step back and evaluate whether the relationship is truly worth your effort. After all, you deserve connections that leave you feeling supported, valued and cared for, not depleted. 3. They don't appreciate you. When someone truly values you, they'll make an effort to show it, through their words, actions, or even small gestures. But when someone is using you, appreciation becomes almost non-existent. They treat your kindness, support, and effort as if it's their entitlement, rather than a gift you've chosen to give. I remember helping a close acquaintance through a rough financial patch. I lent them money, listened to their struggles, and even helped them find some job leads. I didn't expect anything in return, except maybe a sincere thank you or acknowledgement of my effort. Instead, they acted as if my help was their due. There was no gratitude, no sense of reciprocity, just an expectation that I'd keep stepping in whenever they needed me. Over time, it felt less like kindness on my part and more like obligation, dictated by their indifference. This lack of appreciation can cut deeply. It makes you feel invisible, as if all the energy you've poured into the relationship goes unnoticed or unvalued. Over time, it can erode your self-worth, leaving you questioning if you're even worth appreciating in the first place. The problem isn't with you, it's with them. People who take others for granted are often too focused on their own needs to recognize the effort and care they're being given. True appreciation isn't just about saying thank you. It's about someone acknowledging your value, treating your time and energy with respect, and showing that they don't take your presence in their life for granted. When someone appreciates you, you feel it, not just in their words, but in how they treat you overall. If you notice someone consistently failing to show appreciation, it's a sign to reevaluate the relationship. Ask yourself, does this person truly value me? Or are they just using me to meet their needs? You deserve to be appreciated for who you are and for everything you bring to the table. Don't settle for less. 4. They gaslight you when confronted. One of the clearest signs that someone is using you is how they react when you try to address the imbalance. Instead of acknowledging your feelings or taking responsibility, they twist the situation to make you feel like the problem. This manipulation, known as gaslighting, can leave you questioning your own perspective and emotions. I remember confronting someone about always taking from the relationship and never giving back. I pointed out how I was the one making all the effort, while they seemed content to just take. Instead of listening, they turned the conversation around, saying things like, "You're overreacting," or "I can't believe you think I'm that kind of person." They made me feel like I was being unreasonable or selfish for even bringing it up. By the end of the conversation, I was the one apologizing, despite the fact that I was the one being taken advantage of. Gaslighting is a powerful tool for manipulators because it makes you doubt yourself. When they frame your concerns as unfair, dramatic, or entirely in your head, you start to believe it. You might think, maybe I'm being too sensitive, or perhaps I misunderstood their intentions. But here's the truth. If you're feeling hurt or used, those feelings are valid. Your emotions are telling you that something isn't right, and they deserve to be heard and respected. A healthy relationship doesn't involve blame shifting or denial. If someone truly values you, they'll listen to your concerns and make an effort to understand your perspective. They won't dismiss your feelings or make you feel guilty for expressing them. Gaslighting, on the other hand, is a way of deflecting responsibility and keeping you in a cycle of doubt and compliance. The next time someone twists your words or invalidates your feelings when you try to have an honest conversation, take a step back. Ask yourself if their reaction is about self-preservation rather than genuine care for you. Trust your instincts and remember, real friends or partners will work through issues with you, not make you feel like you're the issue. Protect your peace and don't let anyone manipulate you into believing you deserve less. 5. They prioritize their needs over yours. A strong relationship involves give and take, where both people's needs are considered and respected. However, when someone is using you, their needs will always take precedence over yours. Your feelings, goals, or struggles become secondary, or worse, irrelevant, in their world. I've had experiences where someone would constantly ask for my time and energy, but never reciprocated when I needed the same. For instance, I had a friend who always needed advice or support whenever they were going through something, and I was happy to help. But when I was facing my own challenges, they were either too busy or entirely uninterested. Conversations would quickly shift back to their problems, leaving me feeling unheard and unsupported. This dynamic often leaves you feeling drained and unimportant. No matter how much you give, it's never enough because their focus is always on themselves. You might even catch them brushing off your concerns with phrases like, "You'll figure it out," or "That's not a big deal." Over time, this pattern becomes a clear sign that they don't truly value you or the relationship. They see you as a resource to fulfill their needs, not as an equal partner. People who prioritize their own needs over yours often disguise their behavior in subtle ways, making you feel guilty for asking for anything in return. They might frame your requests for support as unreasonable or inconvenient, further reinforcing the imbalance. A healthy relationship involves mutual care and respect. Both people should feel heard, valued, and supported, especially during tough times. If someone consistently puts their needs first while ignoring yours, it's time to reevaluate their role in your life. Ask yourself, do they genuinely care about my well-being, or am I just a means to an end for them? Remember, your needs matter just as much as theirs. Relationships should be a partnership, not a one-way street. Don't let someone make you feel guilty for wanting balance and mutual respect in your connections. You deserve relationships that lift you up, not ones that leave you feeling neglected. 6. They disappear when you need help. One of the clearest signs that someone is using you is their sudden absence when you need support. They're quick to call on you for help with their problems, but when the tables turn, they're nowhere to be found. This inconsistency reveals that they're not truly invested in the relationship. They're only there for what they can gain. I've been in situations where I supported someone through countless challenges, offering advice, encouragement, and even practical help. But when I was going through a tough time, they didn't even ask how I was doing. I reached out, hoping for the same level of care I had shown them. But all I got were excuses like, "I'm too busy right now," or no response at all. It felt like I was yelling into an empty void, and it hurt deeply. This type of behavior leaves you feeling isolated and undervalued. It makes you question the authenticity of the relationship, as it becomes clear that their presence in your life was conditional. They were only there for what they could get, not what they could give. In healthy relationships, mutual support is the foundation. Real friends, partners, or family members don't vanish when you need them the most. They might not always have the perfect solution, but they show up, listen, and offer what they can because they genuinely care about you. When someone consistently fails to be there for you, it's a glaring sign that their priorities don't include your well-being. If you find yourself in a relationship where the other person is absent during your struggles, take a step back. Reflect on whether this connection is bringing value to your life or just taking from it. You deserve people who stand by you in both good times and bad, not those who disappear the moment you need a shoulder to lean on. Recognizing this imbalance is the first step toward protecting your energy and surrounding yourself with people who truly care. 7. They exploit your generosity. Generosity is a beautiful trait, but when someone exploits it, it becomes a tool for their benefit rather than a foundation for mutual respect. They might consistently ask for favors, money, or your time, knowing you'll say yes because of your kind nature. The problem isn't your willingness to give. It's their willingness to take without limits or gratitude. I remember having a colleague who always seemed to need just a little help. At first, it was small favors, like covering their shift or helping with a project. I didn't mind because I believed in teamwork, but over time, their requests became bigger and more frequent. They'd say things like, "You're so reliable. I knew you'd do this for me." But they never returned the favor. They never offered to help me when I was swamped, and they didn't even acknowledge the effort I put in. Eventually, I realized they were exploiting my willingness to help while giving nothing in return. This kind of dynamic can leave you feeling drained, resentful, and taken advantage of. You might find yourself saying yes, even when you're overwhelmed, just to avoid conflict or guilt. The truth is, people who exploit your generosity often rely on your discomfort with setting boundaries. They know you'll go the extra mile because you're kind-hearted, and they use that to their advantage. True relationships are built on mutual generosity, where both people give and take in balance. Exploitation, on the other hand, is entirely one-sided. It's important to recognize when your kindness is being taken for granted and to set boundaries to protect yourself. Saying no doesn't make you a bad person. It simply ensures that your energy and resources are being spent on people who genuinely value you. Ask yourself, does this person respect my boundaries, or do they push them to get what they want? If you feel more like a resource than a valued friend, it's time to reassess the relationship. Your generosity is a gift, not a given, and it should be appreciated, not exploited. 8. You feel drained around them. The people in your life should uplift and energize you, not leave you feeling emotionally, mentally, or even physically drained. When someone is using you, their constant demands, negativity, or selfishness can sap your energy, leaving you exhausted after every interaction. I once had a friend who seemed to turn every conversation into a complaint about their life or a request for help. No matter how much I tried to support or cheer them up, it was never enough. They would unload their problems onto me without asking about my day or my struggles. Over time, I noticed a pattern. I felt worse after talking to them, not better. It wasn't just that they needed help. It was that the relationship was entirely focused on them, with no room for my needs or feelings. When someone leaves you feeling drained, it's often because the relationship is imbalanced. You're constantly giving your time, attention, or emotional support, while they take without offering anything in return. This dynamic can make you feel like their emotional dumping ground or problem solver, rather than a valued friend or partner. Pay attention to how you feel after interacting with someone. Do you feel refreshed and supported, Or do you feel tired, frustrated, or even resentful? Your emotions are important indicators of the health of your relationships. If someone consistently leaves you feeling depleted, it's a sign that their presence in your life might be more harmful than helpful. Healthy relationships are energizing. Even during tough times, they involve mutual care and support that leave both people feeling understood and valued. If someone is consistently draining you, it's time to set boundaries. Protect your energy and focus on relationships that enrich your life rather than deplete it. You deserve to feel good about the connections you have, not burdened by them. Remember, it's okay to prioritize your well-being over someone else's constant demands. 9. They manipulate you with flattery or guilt. People who use others often rely on manipulation to keep control of the relationship. They might use excessive flattery to make you feel special, or guilt to pressure you into doing things for them. These tactics are not about genuine connection, but about maintaining their advantage over you. I once knew someone who was an expert at this. Whenever they wanted something, they'd start with over-the-top compliments. "You're the only person I can trust with this," or "You're so amazing for always helping me." At first, it felt good to be appreciated, but I began to notice a pattern. The flattery wasn't sincere. It was a setup to get what they wanted. On the other hand, if I ever hesitated to help, they'd quickly pivot to guilt. "I thought you cared about me." Or, "I guess I'll have to figure it out on my own." This emotional manipulation traps you in a cycle of compliance. The flattery makes you feel obligated to help, while the guilt makes you feel bad if you don't. Over time, you might find yourself agreeing to things you don't want to do, simply to avoid the guilt or maintain their approval. Recognizing these tactics is key to breaking free from the cycle. Flattery and guilt are tools manipulators use to blur boundaries and keep the focus on their needs. Genuine relationships don't rely on manipulation. They're built on honesty, mutual respect, and understanding. If someone is constantly using these tactics, take a step back and assess the situation. Ask yourself, do they truly care about me, or are they just using emotional manipulation to keep me compliant? Once you see through their behavior, it becomes easier to set boundaries and protect yourself from being used. Remember, you don't owe anyone your time or energy, especially when their methods make you feel uncomfortable or coerced. Stand firm in your worth. You deserve relationships that are based on authenticity, not manipulation. 10. You question their true intentions. One of the most telling signs that someone is using you is the nagging feeling that their intentions aren't genuine. Deep down, you start to sense that their actions are more about what they can gain from you than about a sincere connection. This unease doesn't come out of nowhere. It's your intuition picking up on subtle red flags. I've experienced this in relationships where everything seemed fine on the surface, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. For instance, there was a colleague who was overly friendly whenever they needed my help with a project or a favor. But outside of those moments, they didn't engage with me or show any interest in my life. It became clear that their friendliness wasn't about building a real connection. It was about keeping me close enough to use when it was convenient for them. This kind of behavior often leaves you feeling confused. You might find yourself asking, do they really care about me? Or am I just imagining things? Genuine relationships don't make you question someone's motives repeatedly. When someone values you, their intentions are clear. They want to be in your life because of who you are, not because of what you can provide. If you're constantly questioning their authenticity, it's worth pausing to evaluate the relationship. Are they there for you during your highs and lows, or do they only show up when it benefits them? Do their actions align with their words, or do they make promises they never keep? These questions can help clarify whether their intentions are genuine or self-serving. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. Real connections leave you feeling secure and valued, not suspicious or uneasy. Don't ignore those gut feelings. They're often your best guide. You deserve relationships where you don't have to second-guess someone's motives, where the connection is built on mutual care and respect, not on hidden agendas. Prioritize those who show up for you genuinely, and let go of those who make you doubt their true intentions.
Imagine living in a world where truth is a rare commodity, a landscape dominated by elaborate fabrications and deceit. You never know when the next lie will surface, leaving you constantly on edge, questioning every word and action. This is the world created by a pathological liar, an individual whose web of deceit permeates every aspect of their existence. They don't just lie occasionally. Their falsehoods are a constant, insidious presence. Unlike the occasional fib most people might tell, pathological liars thrive on manipulation, weaving intricate stories that distort reality. They present themselves as trustworthy and reliable, but beneath the facade lies a sinister intent. The deception is so convincing that it becomes difficult to discern what is real. The constant uncertainty destabilizes those around them, creating a climate of confusion and mistrust.
As Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher, taught, integrity and honesty are the bedrocks of a virtuous life. Pathological liars erode these foundations, making it essential to recognize and address their behavior. Their deceitful actions demand vigilance and discernment to protect yourself and maintain your peace of mind. It's crucial to understand how to navigate interactions with such individuals. Here are 10 powerful ways to deal with pathological lying, grounded in wisdom and the principles of Stoic philosophy. Number 1, recognize the signs.
Recognizing the signs of pathological lying is the first step in protecting yourself from the corrosive effects of deceit. Unlike occasional falsehoods, pathological lies are pervasive and woven into the fabric of the liar's daily interactions. These lies are often elaborate, detailed, and constructed to create a convincing narrative. The pathological liar may present themselves as trustworthy and reliable, but inconsistencies will start to surface over time. Notice if their stories often seem too good to be true, frequently contradict themselves, or lack verifiable details. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus taught that we must be vigilant and discerning, grounding ourselves in reality to see through deception. By remaining observant and questioning the veracity of their claims, we begin to peel away the layers of falsehood and reveal the truth. This recognition is not about becoming paranoid or overly suspicious, but about developing a keen sense of awareness. The path to wisdom and integrity starts with the ability to distinguish truth from falsehood, and recognizing the signs of pathological lying is a crucial first step in that journey.
Number 2, set clear boundaries. Setting clear boundaries is essential when dealing with a pathological liar. Boundaries serve as a protective barrier, safeguarding your integrity and emotional well-being. Pathological liars often test limits, seeking to manipulate and control situations to their advantage. By defining what behavior is acceptable and what is not, you establish a firm line that cannot be crossed. This act of setting boundaries is a testament to your self-respect and commitment to truth. Epictetus emphasized the importance of self-control and maintaining one's principles. In dealing with deceit, it is imperative to be firm and consistent with your boundaries. clearly communicate your expectations and the consequences of crossing those boundaries. This clarity not only protects you, but also signals to the liar that their behavior is unacceptable. It is a demonstration of your resolve to live by the values of honesty and integrity. Remember, boundaries are not about punishment. They are about self-preservation and maintaining a healthy environment where truth can thrive. Number 3, seek evidence. In the face of pathological lying, seeking evidence becomes a vital practice. Verifying claims and cross-checking information are tools of discernment that help you navigate the web of deceit. Pathological liars rely on the assumption that their stories will be accepted without question. By seeking evidence, you disrupt this assumption and bring truth to the forefront. Epictetus taught that we should seek clarity and truth in all things. This principle is especially relevant when dealing with deceit. Take the time to investigate and validate the information presented to you. Look for corroborating details and consult reliable sources. This process not only protects you from being misled, but also exposes the patterns of deceit. Over time, the liar's fabrications will unravel under the scrutiny of evidence. This practice of verification aligns with the Stoic commitment to wisdom and integrity, reinforcing your ability to stand firm in the face of falsehoods. Number 4, communicate directly. Addressing the issue of pathological lying directly is crucial. Confrontation, when done with calmness and clarity, can be a powerful tool in managing deceit. The pathological liar know that their behavior has been noticed and is unacceptable. Epictetus encouraged direct communication and the pursuit of truth. Even in challenging situations, approach the conversation with a composed and resolute demeanor. Express your observations and concerns without anger or accusation. The goal is to make a liar aware that their deceit is not going unnoticed and that it has consequences. This direct approach can sometimes prompt self-reflection and change in the liars. However, it's important to manage your expectations and understand that change may not occur immediately. By communicating directly, you assert your commitment to honesty and integrity, and you create an environment where deceit is less likely to thrive. This practice aligns with the Stoic values of courage and wisdom, empowering you to uphold the truth. Number 5, limit interaction. Limiting your interaction with a pathological liar is a protective measure that helps preserve your mental and emotional well-being. Continuous exposure to deceit can be draining and destabilizing. By reducing the amount of time you spend with the liar, you minimize their influence over you. Epictetus advised us to be mindful of our associations, recognizing that the company we keep can impact our virtue and tranquility. Distancing yourself from the pathological liar does not mean avoiding them entirely, but being strategic about when and how you interact. Choose your encounters carefully and maintain a certain level of detachment. This practice helps you stay grounded in your own values and reduces the chances of being caught up in their web of lies. Limiting interaction is a way to safeguard your peace of mind and maintain your commitment to truth and integrity. It is a demonstration of self-respect and wisdom, aligning with Stoic principles of self-preservation and discernment. Number 6, maintaining your integrity is paramount when dealing with pathological liars. It is easy to be swayed or tempted to retaliate with deceit, but Stoic philosophy teaches us to rise above such inclinations. Epictetus emphasized the importance of living in accordance with our values, regardless of external circumstances. Your integrity is a reflection of your character and commitment to truth. In interactions with a pathological liar, remain steadfast in your honesty and principles. Do not stoop to their level or engage in similar behavior. By upholding your integrity, you set a powerful example and reinforce your own moral compass. This steadfastness not only protects you from the corrosive effects of deceit, but also fortifies your sense of self. Maintaining integrity requires courage and resilience, but it is the cornerstone of a virtuous life. It allows you to navigate interactions with confidence and clarity, knowing that you are true to yourself and your values. Number 7, educate yourselves. Educating yourself about pathological lying and its underlying causes can provide valuable insights and strategies for dealing with deceit. Understanding the psychological aspects of this behavior can help you navigate interactions with greater wisdom and empathy. Pathological lying is often rooted in deeper issues, such as personality disorders or past traumas. By learning more about these factors, you can approach the situation with a more informed perspective. Epictetus taught that knowledge and understanding are essential for living a virtuous life. Take the time to research and educate yourself about the nature of pathological lying. This knowledge will equip you with the tools to identify and respond to deceit more effectively. It also fosters a sense of compassion as you recognize that the liar's behavior may be driven by unresolved psychological issues. However, it is important to balance empathy with self-preservation, ensuring that you do not become enmeshed in their web of deceit. Education empowers you to act wisely and protect yourself, aligning with Stoic principles of wisdom and discernment. Number 8, encourage professional help. Encouraging the pathological liar to seek professional help is a compassionate and constructive approach. Pathological lying can be a symptom of deeper psychological issues that may require therapy or counseling. Suggesting professional help shows that you recognize the seriousness of their behavior and care about their well-being. Epictetus emphasized the importance of seeking improvement and growth, both for ourselves and others. Approach the conversation with empathy and understanding, expressing your concern for their mental health. Suggesting therapy or counseling can provide them with the support and tools needed to address their lying behavior. While you cannot force them to seek help, planting the seed of this idea can be a step toward positive change. Encouraging professional help demonstrates your commitment to their well-being and your own boundaries. It aligns with Stoic principles of compassion, wisdom, and the pursuit of improvement, fostering a healthier and more honest environment. Number 9, stay grounded in truth. Staying grounded in truth is essential when dealing with pathological liars. Their constant deceit can create a confusing and destabilizing environment. By reaffirming your commitment to truth, you protect yourself from being swayed by their lies. Epictetus taught that we must anchor ourselves in reality and truth, regardless of external influences. Regularly remind yourself of your values and principles, and seek out reliable sources of information. Surround yourself with people who value honesty and integrity, as their support can help you stay grounded. Practice mindfulness and self-reflection to maintain clarity and discernment. Staying grounded in truth not only shields you from deceit, but also reinforces your own moral compass. It empowers you to navigate interactions with confidence and integrity, knowing that you are anchored in reality. This practice aligns with Stoic principles of wisdom, self-control, and the pursuit of virtue, fostering a life grounded in truth and honesty. Number 10, seek support. Seeking support from trusted friends, family, or professionals is crucial when dealing with a pathological liar. The constant deceit and manipulation can be mentally and emotionally exhausting. Having a support system provides you with perspective, advice, and emotional backing. Epictetus emphasized the importance of community and seeking counsel from wise individuals. Share your experiences and concerns with those you trust, and listen to their insights. They can offer valuable advice on how to navigate the situation and maintain your well-being. Professional support, such as therapy or counseling, can also provide tools and strategies for dealing with deceit. Seeking support is not a sign of weakness, but a demonstration of wisdom and self-care. It ensures that you do not face the challenges of dealing with a pathological liar alone. This practice aligns with Stoic principles of resilience, wisdom, and the value of community, helping you maintain your integrity and emotional health. Navigating the treacherous waters of pathological lying requires wisdom, resilience, and unwavering commitment to truth. By recognizing the signs, setting firm boundaries, seeking evidence, and maintaining your integrity, you arm yourself against the corrosive effects of deceit. Encourage professional help and lean on your support network to reinforce your resolve. Remember, staying grounded in truth and practicing discernment are your greatest defenses. As Epictetus taught, our virtue is tested not by the circumstances we face, but by how we respond to them. Embrace these principles to protect your peace and uphold the values of honesty and integrity. Your journey through the landscape of deceit can become a testament to the strength of your character.
We'd love to hear your thoughts and experiences. Have you ever dealt with a pathological liar? How did you handle it? Share your stories and insights in the comments below, and let's continue this important conversation together. Your wisdom could be the guiding light for someone else navigating the same challenges.
Today we're diving into 10 powerful habits that, in just 1 week, sparked incredible changes in my life. I know what you're thinking. Can such transformation happen so quickly? I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't experienced it myself. These aren't your usual self-help tricks, but deep, practical habits that brought clarity, calm, and real growth. From struggles to breakthroughs, I've tested each one, and the impact has been life-altering. So grab a coffee, settle in, and stick around, because by the end, you'll have actionable, realistic steps that you can start today, complete with some personal stories that show just how powerful these habits can be. Let's jump in. Habit 1. Practicing daily gratitude. This habit was simple yet incredibly uplifting. Each morning I started listing 3 things I was grateful for, from big accomplishments to small moments of joy. Reflecting on the positives grounded me and shifted my focus toward abundance, making challenges feel more manageable. It's easy to get caught up in the stresses of daily life, but gratitude brings us back to what's truly important. If you're feeling overwhelmed, try writing down a few things you're thankful for each morning. You might be surprised by how much lighter and more positive it makes you feel. Habit 2. Journaling. Journaling was something I'd always thought of as just for deep thinkers, but dedicating 10 minutes each night to write about my day changed everything. I started with simple notes about what made me happy, what I struggled with, and soon it became a space for real self-reflection. The habit revealed patterns in my thoughts, fears, and desires. One night, after a particularly stressful day at work, I wrote down everything I was feeling, and it brought clarity and peace. I even started jotting down 3 things I was grateful for each day, which helped me shift focus from what was lacking to what I already had. It's a grounding habit that's as therapeutic as it is insightful. Habit 3. Setting a daily intention. This was a small but profound change. Every morning, I take a few minutes to set a single intention for the day, like practice patience or focus on gratitude. It created a mindful approach to my day and reminded me of my priorities when things got hectic. I found myself more focused, grounded, and in tune with my actions. Setting an intention doesn't have to be complicated. Think of it as giving your day a purpose or a theme. It can be a powerful anchor in moments of stress. Habit 4. Waking up early. The first game changer was simply waking up earlier. I used to be a late riser, hitting snooze until the last minute. Mornings were rushed and chaotic, setting a hectic tone for the whole day. But when I challenged myself to start waking up at 5 a.m., things changed, and fast. Those first days weren't easy, but by day 3, I began to feel the calm and quiet that came with the early hours. There's something almost magical about having the world to yourself as it wakes up. With those extra moments, I could stretch, meditate, and plan my day without feeling rushed. Even watching the sunrise felt grounding and gave me a renewed sense of gratitude. If you're not a morning person, try setting your alarm 15 minutes earlier each day. Those small steps toward an unrushed start will pay off in ways you can't imagine. Habit 5. Daily exercise. The second habit that shifted my life was committing to daily exercise. I wasn't a fitness fanatic and used every excuse to skip workouts. I'm too tired, there's no time, you name it. But one week I decided enough was enough. I started with just 20 minutes each day, mixing up light jogs, yoga, and simple strength exercises. Initially my muscles ached and I felt exhausted, but by the 4th day I was waking up with more energy, my mood brighter, and my focus sharper. Exercise became less about calories and more about a daily dose of self-care. It was a moment to connect with myself, leave behind stress, and tune in to my own needs. Habit 6. Mindful eating. Mindful eating was a small change that had a big impact. I used to eat quickly, often while on my phone or laptop, barely paying attention. But when I committed to eating without distractions, I realized how much I'd been missing. By setting aside screens and slowing down, I began to taste and enjoy each bite, noticing the flavors and textures as though experiencing them for the first time. Eating slowly helped me recognize when I was full and naturally reduced overeating. This mindful practice brought gratitude and awareness to my meals, helping me connect with food in a healthier, more fulfilling way. Habit 7. Practicing self-compassion. The final habit was a lesson in self-compassion. Whenever I stumbled or faced setbacks, I tended to be hard on myself. But instead, I started reminding myself to be as kind to myself as I would to a friend. Whenever I made a mistake, I'd pause, take a breath, and remind myself that it's okay to not be perfect. Self-compassion became a powerful tool in my growth, helping me recover from setbacks faster and with more resilience. Remember, progress isn't a straight line, and self-kindness goes a long way. Habit 8. Decluttering my space. I'd underestimated how much clutter in my physical space was affecting my mental space. I started by setting aside 10 minutes each day to clear one area of my home, a desk, a drawer, or a closet. As I decluttered, I felt a sense of relief and clarity, noticing how much easier it was to focus and relax. Having a tidy space gave me a calm, clear environment to start and end my days. If you find yourself feeling overwhelmed or distracted, try small decluttering sessions. It's amazing how much peace a clean space can bring. Habit 9. Limiting screen time. Limiting screen time was one of the harder habits to tackle. Our screens have become our lifelines, but I realized they were draining my energy, affecting my sleep, and distracting me from the present. I set a daily limit of 1 hour for non-essential screen use, which was tough but enlightening. Suddenly I had extra time to read, go for a walk, and reconnect with forgotten hobbies. I even found my sleep improving as I left my phone out of my bedtime routine. Reclaiming that time helped me be more present, more engaged, and less anxious. If you're struggling to cut back, Start by setting small limits and see how it feels. Habit 10. Learning something new. Every day, whether it's reading a few pages of a book, listening to a podcast, or trying out a new skill, committing to learning each day brought a refreshing sense of growth. I realized I was often stuck in my routine, and by setting aside even 10-15 minutes for learning, I opened myself to new ideas and perspectives. It could be as simple as a few words in a new language or watching an educational video. Learning daily keeps your mind sharp and adds a little spark of excitement to each day. It's a reminder that growth doesn't have to be big or immediate. It's in those consistent small steps. Each of these 10 habits has been transformative in its own way, contributing to a more mindful, balanced, and fulfilling life. If any of these resonate with you, try incorporating one or two into your week. Start small, embrace the process, and remember, it's about progress, not perfection. Share your thoughts below. I'd love to hear which habits you're trying, or if you have questions on how to start. And of course, if you found this helpful, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more life-changing insights. Thanks for joining me on this journey. Remember, small steps can lead to massive transformations. See you in the next video, and keep being awesome.
Have you ever felt worn out from always being the helpful friend, the accommodating colleague, or the ever-giving family member? While kindness is a virtue, excessive generosity without boundaries can lead to burnout, resentment, and a sense of being unappreciated. How can we balance our innate desire to help others with the essential need to take care of ourselves? The answer lies in the wisdom of Stoicism. In this video, we'll explore how to balance kindness with self-care using Stoic principles. We'll uncover the art of setting boundaries, giving without expecting reciprocity, and recognizing when to step back, all while maintaining our emotional resilience and fostering meaningful relationships. By the end, you'll have practical tools to ensure your kindness is sustainable, fulfilling, and enriching for both you and those around you. Let's dive into the journey of becoming kinder to others while being kind to ourselves. 1. Set limits on requests. Continuous accommodation of others' requests can drain your energy and hinder their growth. Stoicism emphasizes the need for boundaries to maintain emotional well-being and encourage self-reliance in others. Imagine you have a colleague who constantly asks for your help with tasks they could handle themselves. While assisting them initially seems kind, over time it becomes a burden, impacting your productivity and well-being. Moreover, your colleague doesn't develop the skills needed to work independently. Setting limits in such situations is essential. You might say, I can help you with this project today, but moving forward, let's discuss how you can handle similar tasks on your own. This approach not only protects your energy, but also encourages your colleague to develop their capabilities. Stoicism teaches that true generosity involves empowering others rather than enabling dependency. By setting boundaries, you create a healthier dynamic where your kindness is appreciated and sustainable. This way, your relationships become more balanced and respectful, fostering mutual growth and understanding. 2. Recognize when to step back. It's important to recognize when your kindness is being exploited. Stoicism advises you to step back and reassess such situations to protect your well-being and avoid being taken advantage of. Consider a friend who frequently borrows money from you but never repays it. While you want to be helpful, this behavior starts to strain your finances and trust. In such cases, stepping back means having a candid conversation about boundaries. You might say, I value our friendship, but I need to set limits on lending money. It's important for both of us to manage our finances responsibly. This direct yet respectful approach helps maintain your self-respect and financial stability. Stoicism emphasizes self-respect and discernment. By recognizing and addressing exploitation, you prevent resentment from building up. This ensures that your kindness remains genuine and not coerced. Moreover, it teaches others to respect your boundaries and encourages healthier, more reciprocal relationships. 3. Healthy boundaries enhance relationships. By setting boundaries, you ensure that your kindness is sustainable and enriching for both you and others. This balanced approach leads to more meaningful and fulfilling relationships. Imagine you're always available to listen to a friend's problems, even at the expense of your own needs. Over time, you may feel drained and unappreciated. Setting healthy boundaries might look like saying, I care about you and want to support you, but I need to make sure I have time for my own self-care too. This not only protects your well-being, but also encourages your friend to seek diverse support systems and become more self-reliant. Stoicism teaches that true kindness should enhance rather than diminish your life. By maintaining boundaries, you can offer support without feeling overwhelmed, leading to stronger, more balanced relationships. This approach ensures that your kindness is rooted in mutual respect and genuine care. 4. Give without expecting reciprocity. Generosity should be an act of character, not a transaction. Expecting returns on your kindness can lead to disappointment. Stoicism advises giving freely, focusing on the joy of the act itself rather than anticipating a reward. For example, if you help a neighbor with their garden, do it because you enjoy gardening and helping others, not because you expect them to help you in the future. When you give without expecting anything in return, your actions are more sincere and fulfilling. If your neighbor does not reciprocate, you won't feel resentful because your kindness wasn't contingent on their response. Instead, you can take satisfaction in the act itself. Stoicism encourages us to find joy in our virtues. By giving freely, you cultivate a sense of inner peace and contentment, knowing that your kindness stems from a genuine place. This mindset reduces the potential for disappointment and fosters a more generous, open-hearted approach to life. 5. Balance kindness with self-care. Excessive kindness can deplete your resources, leading to burnout and a sense of being unappreciated. Stoicism teaches the importance of setting boundaries to ensure your generosity does not harm your well-being. Imagine always putting others' needs before your own, eventually leading to exhaustion and frustration. To balance kindness with self-care, it's crucial to prioritize your well-being. You might allocate specific times for helping others, ensuring you also have time for rest and personal activities. For instance, volunteering a few hours a week rather than every day can prevent burnout and maintain your enthusiasm for helping. Stoicism emphasizes the need to preserve your inner resources. By taking care of yourself first, you can sustain your ability to be kind and helpful without compromising your health. This balanced approach ensures that your kindness remains a positive force in your life and the lives of others. 6. Avoid being perceived as fragile. Overextending yourself for others can lead to being seen as weak and exploited. Learning to say no and valuing your own time and energy fosters respect and preserves your mental health. Imagine always agreeing to take on extra work for your team, leading to exhaustion and reduced performance. Saying no can be empowering. You might explain, I am currently at capacity with my projects and can't take on additional tasks. This demonstrates self-respect and sets clear boundaries, ensuring your contributions are recognized without compromising your well-being. Stoicism advocates for self-respect and discernment in relationships. By setting limits, you prevent others from taking advantage of your kindness and build a reputation for being reliable yet assertive. This approach helps maintain a balanced, respectful dynamic in your interactions. 7. Emotional resilience through Stoicism. Practicing Stoic principles helps build emotional resilience, allowing you to navigate the ups and downs of life with a balanced and calm mindset. This resilience is key to maintaining your well-being while being kind to others. Imagine facing a series of personal challenges while still trying to support your friends and family. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control and accept what we cannot. By practicing mindfulness and self-reflection, you can remain grounded and resilient even in difficult times. For example, if a loved one is going through a tough period, you can offer support without letting their struggles overwhelm you. Building emotional resilience through Stoicism helps you maintain a stable and supportive presence for others. This inner strength allows you to be kind and compassionate without sacrificing your own mental health. It's a powerful tool for sustaining your well-being and positive influence in the lives of those around you. 8 in 8. Kindness as a reflexion of character. Stoicism teaches that true kindness should be a reflection of your character and not dependent on external validation. This internal motivation ensures that your acts of generosity are fulfilling and self-sustaining. Consider volunteering at a local charity because it aligns with your values, not because you seek praise or recognition. When kindness is rooted in your character, it becomes a natural part of who you are. You find joy in the act itself, and your generosity is more consistent and genuine. If others appreciate your efforts, it's a bonus, but not your primary motivation. Stoicism encourages us to develop virtues that are intrinsic to our character. By practicing kindness as a reflection of who you are, you create a fulfilling and sustainable way of living. This approach ensures that your generosity is both meaningful and enduring, enriching your life and the lives of those around you. 9. Self-care is not selfish. Taking care of your own needs first is crucial. Stoicism teaches that you can't genuinely help others if you are depleted. Prioritizing self-care allows you to be a more effective and compassionate helper. Imagine always putting others first, eventually feeling overwhelmed and unable to support anyone effectively. Self-care might involve setting aside time each day for activities that rejuvenate you, such as exercise, meditation, or hobbies. For example, dedicating an hour each morning to a calming routine can significantly enhance your overall well-being and energy levels. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of maintaining your own health and stability. By prioritizing self-care, you ensure that you have the capacity to be there for others in a meaningful way. This balanced approach helps you remain compassionate and supportive without compromising your own needs and happiness. In summary, balancing kindness with self-care is a delicate art, but with the wisdom of Stoicism, it's entirely achievable. By setting healthy boundaries, giving without expecting anything in return, and recognizing when to step back, we protect our well-being while maintaining our generosity. Stoicism teaches us that true kindness stems from inner strength and character, ensuring our acts of generosity are genuine and sustainable. Remember, taking care of yourself is not selfish, it's essential. When you prioritize your own well-being, you're better equipped to help others with a full heart and a clear mind. Embrace the Stoic principles of emotional resilience and self-respect, and let them guide you in creating balanced, fulfilling relationships. As you move forward, Let kindness be a reflection of your character, grounded in inner peace and self-care. By doing so, you'll find that your generosity not only enriches the lives of others, but also enhances your own, creating a harmonious balance that benefits everyone. Thank you for joining us on this journey to wiser, more balanced kindness.
Here are 10 types of people you should never trust or respect, and understanding why will transform the way you approach relationships. Some individuals may seem harmless at first glance, but their behaviors can create chaos, drain your energy, or lead you astray from your own growth. It's not just about avoiding negativity, it's about protecting your peace and staying aligned with your values. Each of these personality types challenges your ability to live a balanced, virtuous life. Think about how much time and energy are wasted dealing with people who lie, manipulate, or disrupt your focus. Imagine the relief of knowing exactly who to steer clear of and why. By identifying these toxic traits, you can set boundaries that safeguard your mental clarity and personal integrity. What's more, Stoicism, the ancient philosophy of resilience and rational living, offers timeless wisdom to navigate these challenges. As we explore each type of person, you'll discover actionable insights rooted in Stoic principles that will empower you to reclaim control and focus on what truly matters. 1. The dishonest. Dishonesty erodes trust, damages relationships, and breeds unnecessary complications in life. Stoicism, with its emphasis on truth and integrity, urges us to avoid those who habitually lie or deceive. Marcus Aurelius wisely said, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This straightforward principle serves as a moral compass, guiding us to align with people who value honesty. Imagine this. You have a co-worker who regularly exaggerates their contributions to projects or withholds crucial information to make themselves look better. At first, their behavior might seem like a minor inconvenience, but over time, their dishonesty creates distrust among team members, delays progress, and fosters resentment. This not only affects your professional environment, but also weighs heavily on your mental peace. A Stoic would recognize the long-term harm of associating with such a person and distance themselves from their influence. Take another example from personal life. A friend who tells small lies to avoid accountability. Perhaps they consistently cancel plans with elaborate excuses that don't add up. These patterns chip away at the foundation of trust. Seneca reminds us that truth never perishes, meaning lies eventually surface, leaving damage in their wake. On the other hand, consider someone who admits their mistakes openly and strives to do better. Their honesty not only strengthens your relationship, but also inspires you to uphold the same virtue. Surrounding yourself with truthful individuals reinforces your commitment to live in alignment with reason and morality. Dishonest people disrupt the harmony Stoicism aims to cultivate. Their presence complicates what should be simple and straightforward. To protect your integrity and peace of mind, heed the Stoic advice. Trust those who walk in truth, and never grant respect to those who habitually betray it. The manipulative. Manipulators distort reality to serve their own needs, often at the expense of others. Stoicism teaches us to guard against such influences by maintaining control over our thoughts and emotions. Epictetus warned, "Whoever is going to make you angry is your master." This advice reminds us that manipulators thrive by exploiting our emotions, anger, guilt, fear, or even love, to bend us to their will. Consider a scenario where a colleague frequently flatters you, but subtly pressures you into taking on their workload. At first, their charm may feel genuine, but as time passes, you realize their compliments come with hidden motives. They appeal to your sense of responsibility or guilt, leaving you overburdened while they shirk their duties. A A Stoic would recognize this behavior and set clear boundaries, refusing to let manipulation dictate their actions. In personal relationships, manipulation can be even more insidious. Imagine a partner who constantly plays the victim, using emotional guilt to control your decisions. They might say things like, "If you really loved me, you'd do this for me." Over time, their tactics erode your sense of autonomy and self-respect. Stoic wisdom teaches us to evaluate such behavior objectively, separating emotion from reason. Marcus Aurelius urged, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." To counter manipulation, a Stoic practices discernment and self-awareness. They remain anchored in their values and avoid reacting impulsively to emotional appeals. By focusing on what they can control, their thoughts, choices, and actions, they neutralize the manipulator's power. Manipulative individuals compromise your peace and autonomy. Trust and respect should only be extended to those who communicate openly and act with integrity. As a Stoic, hold firm to your principles and never let the manipulative govern your path. 3. The envious. Envy is a corrosive emotion, often disguised as passive-aggressive behavior or subtle undermining. Envious people may resent your success, happiness, or achievements, even if they don't openly admit it. Stoicism teaches us to recognize envy as a sign of discontentment and insecurity. As Seneca observed, "It is the mark of a great soul to scorn great things and prefer that which is ordinary." The envious, by contrast, are consumed by comparison and lack gratitude for their own lives. Imagine you've earned a promotion at work, and a colleague's congratulations feel forced or insincere. Soon after, they begin to nitpick your decisions or spread rumors about how you lucked into your new role. Their envy not only poisons their own happiness, but also introduces negativity into your life. A Stoic approach would involve acknowledging their behavior without taking it personally. Epictetus reminds us, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Focus on your goals and let their resentment roll off your back. In friendships, envy can manifest as a lack of support or even sabotage. Picture a friend who criticizes your choices or downplays your achievements. For instance, when you share news about buying your first home, they respond with, "Must be nice, but I wouldn't want the stress." Their envy clouds their ability to celebrate your success. Seneca's teachings encourage us to surround ourselves with those who uplift us, not drag us down with their own insecurities. Envy is a destructive force that disrupts harmony, both for the envious and those around them. Stoics choose gratitude over jealousy, focusing on their own path instead of comparing themselves to others. Respect and trust those who celebrate your successes genuinely, and distance yourself from those whose envy dims your light. 4. The irresponsible. Irresponsible people avoid accountability, blame others for their shortcomings, and fail to follow through on commitments. In Stoic philosophy, responsibility and self-discipline are essential virtues. Epictetus reminds us, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control." Irresponsible individuals, however, relinquish their freedom by neglecting their own duties, often pulling others into the chaos they create. Consider a teammate who consistently misses deadlines, leaving you scrambling to compensate for their lack of effort. At first, you might excuse their behavior, thinking they're simply overwhelmed. But over time, their pattern of neglect becomes clear. Their irresponsibility creates unnecessary stress for you, undermining your peace and productivity. A Stoic would recognize the importance of setting boundaries, ensuring their own efforts aren't wasted by someone else's failure to act responsibly. In personal relationships, irresponsibility can take a heavy toll. Imagine a friend who borrows money repeatedly but never repays it. always making excuses or promising to get it back to you soon. Their behavior reflects a lack of respect for your resources and trust. Marcus Aurelius advised us to focus on what is within our control, and part of that involves choosing relationships with those who honor their obligations. Stoics understand that responsibility is the foundation of progress. As Seneca noted, luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. Those who are irresponsible rarely seize opportunities because they fail to prepare, instead relying on others to clean up their messes. Irresponsible individuals drain your time, energy, and patience. Respect and trust should be reserved for those who take ownership of their actions and honor their commitments. A Stoic protects their mental clarity by refusing to shoulder the burdens of others' neglect and holding firm to their own sense of accountability. 5. The gossipers. Gossipers thrive on drama, spreading half-truths and secrets to gain attention or control. Stoicism teaches us to avoid idle talk and focus on meaningful action and self-improvement. Marcus Aurelius urged, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Gossip detracts from this focus, turning your attention toward trivial matters instead of what truly matters. Picture a co-worker who loves to share juicy office rumors, dragging you into conversations about who might get fired or who is underperforming. While these interactions may feel harmless, they come with hidden costs. Gossip fosters a toxic environment, erodes trust among colleagues, and distracts you from your own work. A Stoic would refrain from participating, recognizing that gossip not only wastes time, but also compromises personal integrity. In personal life, gossip can be even more damaging. Imagine a friend who frequently discusses others' personal issues behind their backs. Today, they're sharing someone else's secrets, but tomorrow, it could be yours. As Seneca advised, associate with those who will make a better man of you. Welcome those whom you yourself can improve. Gossipers rarely inspire growth. Instead, they pull you into negativity and superficiality. Engaging in gossip also puts your peace of mind at risk. The Stoic principle of focusing only on what you can control is vital here. You can't control what others do or say, but you can control whether you participate. When approached with gossip, redirect the conversation or distance yourself from the individual. Gossipers add no value to your life and often detract from your focus and character. Trust and respect should be reserved for those who speak with purpose and integrity. A Stoic prioritizes truth, meaningful interactions, and self-discipline over indulging in harmful chatter. 6. The ungrateful. Ungrateful individuals take what they have for granted, often focusing on what's lacking instead of appreciating what they've been given. Stoicism emphasizes gratitude as a cornerstone of a virtuous life. Seneca wrote, "Nothing is more honorable than a grateful heart." Ungrateful people, by contrast, drain energy and foster resentment, disrupting the harmony Stoicism aims to cultivate. Imagine a co-worker who always complains about their workload, the office environment, or their pay, despite having a stable job in a struggling economy. No matter how much you or others support them, their lack of gratitude leaves them perpetually dissatisfied. Over time, their negativity begins to weigh on your own outlook, pulling you into their cycle of discontent. A Stoic would recognize this as harmful and choose to focus instead on what they can appreciate and control. In personal relationships, dealing with ungrateful people can feel even more disheartening. Picture a family member who dismisses your efforts to help, whether it's offering financial support, emotional care, or practical assistance. Instead of saying, "Thank you," they respond with, "Why didn't you do more?" This kind of attitude diminishes your goodwill and can breed frustration. Stoic wisdom reminds us that the act of giving or helping should stem from virtue, not expectation. But that doesn't mean tolerating chronic ingratitude. Practicing gratitude, on the other hand, fosters resilience and joy. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the blessings in his life, writing, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a privilege it is to be alive, to think, to enjoy, to love." Surrounding yourself with people who share this perspective strengthens your ability to live a fulfilled life. Ungrateful individuals detract from your sense of purpose and positivity. A Stoic extends trust and respect to those who acknowledge and value the good in life, leaving behind those who only see what's missing. 7. The overly cynical. Cynicism, when unchecked, becomes a destructive force. While skepticism can be healthy, overly cynical people view the world through a lens of distrust and negativity, dismissing hope and possibility. Stoicism, by contrast, encourages resilience and rational optimism, even in challenging times. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Cynics fail to exercise this power, choosing despair instead of constructive action. Imagine a co-worker who constantly predicts the failure of new initiatives or belittles efforts to improve the workplace. Their constant refrain of "it'll never work" or "why bother" not only dampens morale, but also discourages innovation. Over time, their negativity creates a toxic atmosphere that stifles progress. A Stoic would recognize the futility of entertaining such pessimism, focusing instead on their own efforts and how they can contribute meaningfully, regardless of others' attitudes. In personal relationships, overly cynical individuals often dismiss your dreams and aspirations. Picture a friend who rolls their eyes when you share plans to start a business, saying, "Most startups fail. Why risk it?" Their cynicism projects their own fears and limitations onto you, eroding your confidence. Epictetus reminds us, "It is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows." Cynics are often trapped by their unwillingness to see new possibilities or embrace growth. While life is unpredictable and challenges are inevitable, Stoics choose to confront difficulties with reason and optimism. They understand that while outcomes are uncertain, the effort to act virtuously and purposefully is always worthwhile. Overly cynical people can drag you down, obscuring opportunities for growth and joy. A Stoic surrounds themselves with those who inspire and uplift, leaving behind those who cling to negativity and doubt. Respect and trust those who see potential, not just problems. 8. The arrogant. Arrogance blinds individuals to reason and humility, two essential virtues in Stoic philosophy. The arrogant inflate their own self-importance, often dismissing the value or contributions of others. Stoicism teaches that wisdom lies in recognizing how much we don't know. As Marcus Aurelius observed, it is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows. Imagine a manager who refuses to listen to feedback, assuming their position makes them infallible. They ignore valuable input from their team, leading to poor decisions and workplace tension. Their arrogance not only damages morale, but also stifles growth for themselves and everyone around them. A Stoic would recognize this behavior as a failure of humility and reason, qualities essential for leadership and collaboration. In friendships or family dynamics, arrogance manifests as dismissiveness or condescension. Picture a relative who constantly belittles your choices, presenting their opinions as superior without considering your perspective. Perhaps they dismiss your career path with remarks like, "You'll never succeed doing that," based solely on their limited understanding. This behavior not only sows discord, but also reveals their inability to see beyond their own narrow worldview. Arrogance is rooted in insecurity and detachment from reality. Stoicism advises us to cultivate humility by focusing on self-improvement rather than comparing ourselves to others. Epictetus reminds us, "If you wish to improve, be content to appear clueless or stupid in extraneous matters. True strength lies in seeking knowledge and understanding, not in pretending to have all the answers." Arrogant individuals disrupt harmony and hinder progress. Respect and trust should be given to those who demonstrate humility, openness, and a willingness to learn. A Stoic seeks relationships grounded in mutual respect and growth, steering clear of those who let pride overshadow reason and virtue. 9. The intemperate. Intemperance, whether it's indulgence in vices, lack of self-control, or impulsive behavior, leads to chaos and imbalance. Stoicism values moderation and discipline, emphasizing the importance of mastering desires rather than being mastered by them. As Seneca said, "Hold fast to this sound and wholesome rule of life, that you indulge the body only as far as health and needs require." Imagine a co-worker who frequently misses deadlines because they prioritize partying over professional responsibilities. Their inability to balance enjoyment with duty creates problems not only for themselves, but also for those who depend on their work. A Stoic would recognize this as a failure of self-governance and understand the need to distance themselves from such unreliability. In personal relationships, intemperance can manifest as recklessness, whether it's financial irresponsibility, erratic emotional outbursts, or unhealthy habits. Picture a friend who constantly borrows money to fund their excessive lifestyle, but makes no effort to pay it back or curb their spending. Their lack of self-discipline not only harms their own stability, but also places an unfair burden on those around them. Marcus Aurelius advises, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it." A Stoic would maintain their peace by refusing to enable such behavior. Intemperance often leads to regret and missed opportunities. Stoicism teaches us to aim for balance, cultivating habits that support long-term well-being rather than fleeting pleasures. True happiness, as Epictetus noted, comes from living in accordance with nature and reason, not from overindulging in things that bring only temporary satisfaction. Intemperate individuals can disrupt your peace and pull you into their chaotic orbit. A Stoic chooses to align with those who exercise discipline and self-control, fostering stability and mutual growth over recklessness and excess. 10. The unprincipled. People without principles lack a moral foundation, often making decisions based on convenience, self-interest, or fleeting emotions rather than values or ethics. Stoicism places great emphasis on living a virtuous life, guided by principles such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. Epictetus advised, "Know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." The unprincipled, by contrast, fail to anchor their actions in any consistent moral framework, making them unreliable and potentially harmful. Consider a business partner who is willing to cut corners, lie to clients, or exploit workers just to maximize profits. While their behavior may yield short-term gains, their lack of integrity will inevitably lead to long-term consequences, damaged relationships, legal troubles, or the loss of trust. A Stoic would refuse to associate with such a person, knowing that aligning with unprincipled individuals compromises their own values. In personal relationships, an unprincipled person might betray confidences, break promises, or act deceptively without remorse. Imagine a friend who regularly changes their stance depending on what benefits them in the moment. They might abandon you in times of need, offer hollow reassurances, or fail to honor their commitments. Marcus Aurelius reminds us to seek relationships that strengthen our character. The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. Being around the unprincipled taints your moral clarity. Living without principles is like navigating without a compass. There's no direction or purpose, only chaos and opportunism. Stoicism teaches us to act in harmony with our virtues, to ensure our actions align with our beliefs and contribute to a greater good. Unprincipled individuals are unpredictable and often self-serving, leaving a trail of disorder in their wake. A Stoic chooses relationships with those who live by strong ethical standards, reinforcing mutual trust, respect, and the shared pursuit of virtue. Leave behind those who lack principles. They offer no foundation for a meaningful or harmonious connection. These 10 types of people, dishonest, manipulative, envious, irresponsible, gossipy, ungrateful, overly cynical, arrogant, intemperate, and unprincipled, are obstacles to a life of peace, purpose, and virtue. By recognizing their traits and applying Stoic wisdom, you can protect your energy, focus on what you can control, and cultivate relationships that align with your values. If you found this video insightful, make sure to give it a thumbs up and subscribe for more content on Stoicism and personal growth. We'd also love to hear from you. Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Have you encountered any of these personality types? How did you handle them? Let's keep the conversation going and learn from each other's experiences.
Ten harsh truths about life men learn too late. 1. The value of time. Time is the one resource we can never get back. Yet, it's often wasted on trivial pursuits or delayed goals. Many men realize too late that they should have prioritized their time more effectively. Time spent on unimportant tasks, procrastination, or being idle can't be reclaimed. This realization often hits hard when looking back and seeing missed opportunities and unfulfilled dreams. Consider the story of John, a corporate executive who spent his prime years climbing the corporate ladder, working long hours and sacrificing personal time. It wasn't until he reached retirement that he realized he had missed out on family gatherings, his children's milestones, and nurturing friendships. This common scenario underscores the need to prioritize time. To avoid this, men should learn to prioritize meaningful activities. This means focusing on what truly matters, be it family, career, or personal growth. Effective time management is crucial. Simple techniques like setting goals, creating schedules, and avoiding distractions can make a significant difference. Tools such as time blocking, prioritizing tasks using the Eisenhower matrix, and regularly reflecting on how time is spent can help in making the most of every moment. Remember, every minute counts. 2. Health is wealth. In youth, many men take their health for granted, indulging in unhealthy habits like poor diet, lack of exercise, and insufficient sleep. It's often only later in life, when health issues arise, that the true value of health becomes apparent. Poor health choices made early on can lead to chronic conditions and a decreased quality of life. Consider the case of Mark, who ignored his health while focusing on building his business. He ate poorly, slept little, and rarely exercised. By his 40s, he faced serious health issues like hypertension and diabetes, which could have been prevented with better habits. This example highlights the long-term impact of neglecting health. Maintaining physical health through regular exercise, a balanced diet, and adequate rest is essential. Simple steps, such as incorporating a daily exercise routine, choosing nutritious foods, and ensuring 7 to 8 hours of sleep, can make a significant difference. Equally important is mental health, which includes managing stress, seeking support when needed, and maintaining a positive outlook. Practices like mindfulness, meditation, and connecting with others can bolster mental well-being. The investment in health pays off with increased longevity and a more active, fulfilling life. 3. Relationships over riches. In the pursuit of success and wealth, relationships often take a back seat. Many men realize too late that relationships with family, friends, and loved ones are far more valuable than any material wealth. Money can buy comfort, but not the deep, meaningful connections that provide true happiness and support. Take the story of Tom, who worked tirelessly to provide a luxurious lifestyle for his family, but found himself estranged from them due to his constant absence. It wasn't until a personal crisis hit that he realized his family, not his wealth, was his true support system. This realization came too late to mend some of the lost connections. Invest in time in building and nurturing relationships is crucial. This means spending quality time with loved ones, being present in the moment, and showing appreciation and love. Simple gestures like regular family dinners, participating in activities together, and expressing gratitude can strengthen bonds. A strong support network can provide emotional stability and joy, far outweighing any financial gains. Studies consistently show that strong social connections improve overall well-being and longevity. 4. Career is not your identity. Men often define themselves by their careers, equating job success with personal worth. This can lead to an identity crisis, especially if career goals aren't met or if they face job loss. It's important to recognize that a career is just one aspect of life and does not define a person's entire identity. Consider the example of Alex, a successful lawyer who faced an identity crisis when he lost his job due to company downsizing. His sense of self-worth plummeted because he had tied his identity entirely to his career. It was only through exploring hobbies and other interests that he rediscovered his self-worth and built a more balanced life. Balancing work with personal life is key. Pursuing hobbies, interests, and passions outside of work can provide fulfillment and a sense of self-worth. Engaging in activities like sports, arts, volunteering, or learning new skills can enrich life beyond the professional sphere. Understanding that personal value comes from within and not from professional achievements can lead to a more balanced and contented life. Diversifying one's identity by embracing various roles, such as being a parent, friend, or community member, can provide a more resilient sense of self. 5. Failure is part of success. Failure is often seen as a negative, but it's an inevitable part of the journey to success. Many successful men have faced numerous failures before achieving their goals. Understanding that failure is a stepping stone rather than a stumbling block can change one's perspective on setbacks. Consider the story of Steve Jobs, who was famously fired from Apple, the company he co-founded. Instead of being defeated, he used the experience to fuel his creativity, leading to the founding of Next and Pixar, and eventually returning to Apple to lead it to unprecedented success. His story exemplifies how failure can be a catalyst for greater achievements. Learning from mistakes, being resilient, and persisting despite failures are essential qualities. Resilience can be built through a growth mindset where challenges are seen as opportunities to learn and improve. Famous examples like Thomas Edison, who failed countless times before inventing the light bulb, demonstrate that persistence pays off. Embracing failure as a learning opportunity can lead to greater success in the long run. Analyzing failures, seeking feedback, and continuously improving are key strategies for turning setbacks into stepping stones. 6. You can't please everyone. Trying to please everyone is a futile effort that can lead to stress and dissatisfaction. It's impossible to meet everyone's expectations, and attempting to do so often means compromising one's own needs and values. Many men learn too late the importance of setting boundaries and prioritizing their own well-being. Consider the case of David, who always tried to meet everyone's expectations at work and in his personal life. This led to burnout and a loss of his sense of self. It wasn't until he learned to set boundaries and prioritize his own needs that he found true satisfaction and balance. Personal satisfaction and happiness should be the primary goals. This means making decisions based on one's own values and desires rather than seeking external approval. Learning to say no, understanding one's limits, and prioritizing self-care are essential skills. Dealing with criticism and standing up for oneself are necessary skills for maintaining integrity and personal fulfillment. Building assertiveness can help in communicating needs and setting boundaries effectively. 7. The importance of financial literacy. Financial literacy is often overlooked until financial problems arise. Understanding how to manage money, invest wisely, and plan for the future is crucial for financial stability and freedom. Many men realize too late the importance of budgeting, avoiding debt, and saving for retirement. Take the story of Jim, who lived paycheck to paycheck despite earning a good salary. It wasn't until he faced a financial crisis that he learned the importance of financial literacy. By then, he had accrued significant debt and had no savings, making recovery difficult. Basic financial literacy includes creating and sticking to a budget, understanding investment options, and knowing the risks and benefits of different financial products. Financial education can start with simple steps like tracking expenses, understanding interest rates, and building an emergency fund. Avoiding high-interest debt and planning for long-term financial goals can prevent financial crises and ensure a secure future. Resources like financial advisors, online courses, and financial literacy programs can provide valuable knowledge and tools for managing finances effectively. Order to this 8. Change is inevitable. Life is constantly changing, and the ability to adapt is crucial. Many men resist change, preferring the comfort of familiarity. However, change is inevitable and often brings new opportunities. Embracing change and being flexible can lead to personal and professional growth. Consider the example of Rob, who resisted adopting new technologies in his job. As the industry evolved, he found himself struggling to keep up, eventually leading to job loss. It was only when he embraced continuous learning and adaptation that he was able to find a new, fulfilling career path. Viewing challenges as opportunities rather than obstacles can make a significant difference. Developing adaptability skills and maintaining a positive attitude towards change can help navigate life's uncertainties more effectively. Strategies for embracing change include continuous learning, staying open to new experiences, and practicing flexibility in thinking and actions. Building a mindset that welcomes change can turn potential disruptions into opportunities for growth and innovation. 9. Happiness comes from within. True happiness is not dependent on external circumstances, but comes from within. Many men spend their lives chasing external achievements and possessions, believing they will bring happiness. It's often realized too late that inner peace and contentment are the true sources of happiness. Consider the story of Mike, who spent years amassing wealth and accolades, only to find himself feeling empty and unfulfilled. It was through introspection and personal growth that he discovered true happiness came from within, not from his external successes. Self-awareness and mindfulness are key to achieving inner happiness. Practices such as meditation, journaling, and self-reflection can help in understanding one's own needs, desires, and emotions. Cultivating a positive mindset, practicing gratitude, and focusing on personal growth can lead to lasting contentment. Pursuing activities that bring joy and fulfillment rather than those that merely impress others is essential for true happiness. Building strong, internal foundations of self-worth and contentment can withstand external changes and challenges. 10. Legacy matters. In the grand scheme of life, the legacy one leaves behind is what truly matters. Many men realize too late that their actions and contributions have a lasting impact on others. Thinking about the legacy one wants to leave can guide life choices and actions. Consider the example of Sam, who spent most of his life focused on personal gain. It wasn't until he faced a major health scare that he began to think about his legacy. He started volunteering, mentoring younger colleagues, and focusing on making a positive impact, realizing that these contributions brought him more fulfillment than any personal achievements. Making positive contributions to society, helping others, and living a meaningful life can create a lasting legacy. Reflecting on the impact of one's actions and striving to make a difference can lead to a more fulfilling and purposeful life. Legacy building activities can include volunteering, mentoring, creating or supporting charitable initiatives, and making a positive impact in everyday interactions. Thinking long-term and focusing on the greater good can guide actions towards making a meaningful and lasting contribution to the world. Conclusion. These harsh truths often come with age and experience. Recognizing them early can lead to more informed and meaningful choices. Prioritizing time, health, relationships, and personal fulfillment over material gains and external validation can lead to a more balanced and contented life. Embracing failure, change, and financial literacy, while understanding that true happiness comes from within, can help navigate life's challenges more effectively. Ultimately, thinking about the legacy one leaves behind can guide actions towards making a positive impact.